Got the click? Yep. All right. Good morning, councillors and all those who are present in the chambers and those watching online. I would like to declare the meeting open on Wednesday the 10th of December 2025 at 9:33 a.m. I would firstly like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and I'd also like to pay my respects to the elders past, present, and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who may be present today. I would like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does to state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would also ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors, depending on your orientation, over to where I'm pointing on the right, and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. All members of the public present at the meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs, remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way, not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present, be suitably dressed and turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. Before we begin, I'd just like to, knowing that this is likely to be a lengthy meeting today, it's quite a comprehensive agenda, take this opportunity to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I know that some people will probably not be present online by the end of the day, so I'll do that now. So I just want to wish all the members of our community who are watching or who may watch a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. There'll be other council messages coming out over the course of this festive season. I want to thank all the staff members present who have dedicated so much time and effort throughout 2025. We've had some trying times, Tropical Cyclone Alfred and a range of other issues to deal with throughout the year, as well as business as usual work, and the officers have put in an immense effort to get us through some very complex situations. Also want to thank fellow councillors for their contributions to the year as well. Also, for community note, there'll be some notifications during this meeting as well. I'll move through the agenda now. So moving on to item number 2, which is leave of absence. So I've not been advised of any leave of absence. And agenda item number 3, which is the devotional segment. And I have the great pleasure of introducing Reverend Dr. David Ferguson from Redlands Uniting Church to lead council in a brief devotional segment. Reverend Ferguson, if you'd like to come forward to the lectern, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. It is always an honour to come and share. Actually, my first time here, so a new honour. This is Christmas, you might have noticed. And when I reflected on the first Christmas this year, I had a most uncommon theme come out and stare me in the face, that of inconvenience. Could you imagine a young girl growing up, imagining how her family would start? Would it start with not being married yet? Would it start being away from your friends and family, moved away by bureaucracy? Would it start with your fiancé not even arranging a room for you? No. Yet she said yes. The shepherds headed out to work that night, ready to do their job, to look after their flocks. They were interrupted and they were invited to something more. And they, in hope, became something, all of them, foreign rulers, all became part of a story which has defined us as a culture for 2,000 years. A waning dominance of culture now, but it is part of who we are. This story, which I'll reflect on more a bit later. But when you think about it, our whole society is built on those people who are willing to let go of the now for the future, who are willing to let go of the past for the future and to step out in hope. One of the reasons I'm so honoured to be here is that each one of you around this table represent votes, represent people giving you their trust and their hope, their dreams for a place where children can grow up safely, for a clean environment, for businesses to succeed and families to grow, for old people to see out their lives in dignity. Each one of you is an embodiment of that hope. So this Christmas, one of the other themes is the same as New Year. I was given this down the bottom and I have an unusual take on the candy cane. It's a U-turn. We are not defined by our past. We are defined by our common hopes and our common futures. So my prayer for this meeting today, my prayer for this council, my prayer for the Redlands this Christmas is that we may create room for each other's hope, that we may dream together and build the society God wants us to build. So let's pray. Lord, we thank you that we can gather. We thank you for this council and for each and for the staff and for the hope that lives in this chamber. And we pray we may always respect that hope and that we may be willing to lay aside the past, the immediate, and balance our hopes so that we can seek a future together. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Ferguson. Thank you. And councillors, moving on to agenda item number 4, which is recognition of achievement. Or actually, firstly, before I move on, I have some very important words in relation to a staff member, a very important staff member who recently passed away. So I'll read those words out. It was with great sadness that we said farewell to Senior Bush Care Officer Min Skelly, who recently passed away on the 27th of November 2025. Mim was a truly special person with a big heart and a wonderful sense of humour. She was a long-serving employee of council and a valued team member of the Environment and Education Unit. Whilst working at Redland City Council, Mim worked within the Environmental Partnerships team, the Parks and Conservation team and the Community Bush Care team, and was most recently on a secondment within the Environment Planning and Policy team. Mim's substantive position was Senior Extension Officer, Community Bush Care. Mim was one to lend a hand where needed, always supporting the wider team at Indigyscapes, whether it was helping out the nursery, planting in the gardens, or assisting with the many events held at Redlands Indigyscapes Centre. Mim was a great advocate for the bush care community and actively supported volunteering for the positive impact it had on people and the environment. Overwhelmingly, Mim was a person who cared deeply about everyone she had contact with, and the meaning behind the work she did in protecting and enhancing the natural environment and the wildlife within it. She will be greatly missed by many in the Redlands Coast community. Redland City Council expresses its deep condolences to Mim's family, friends, colleagues, and the wider community to which Mim meant so much. And we now move on to agenda item number 4, which is recognition of achievement. And I would like to acknowledge Stephen Hill for 35 years of service. So Stephen isn't present today. He couldn't be present, but I've got some wonderful words to read out about Stephen as well, so I'll read those out now. So it's my pleasure today to acknowledge and celebrate Stephen Hill on 35 years of service to Council. Stephen Hill has worked for Redland Shire and Redland City Council since 1990 and has now delivered 35 years service to the Redlands community. During that time, the Shire and then City has undergone transformational change. The city has more than doubled in size in terms of population and housing numbers from around 80,000 people and 28,000 homes in 1990 to approximately 170,000 people and 65,000 homes in 2024. Stephen has held various roles in council during that time, but all related to city planning and development. He has therefore been a key player in managing this significant growth and consequently has played a considerable role in shaping the city of the Redlands community. Some of the significant projects that Stephen has been involved in or led over the years include Kinross Road Structure Plan, South East Thornlands Structure Plan, East Thornlands Structure Plan, Strategic Plan 1998, Redlands Planning Scheme 2006, Cleveland Master Plan, Capella Bar Master Plan, the Simbi Planning and Land Use Strategy, Simbi Statement of Proposal, Simbi Land Exchange Program, Point Lookout Development Control Plan, Statement of Proposals for Local Plan on the Southern Moreton Bay Islands, the Redland Shire Integrated Employment Area Investigation, Redlands Local Growth Management Strategy, the City Plan Amendment Program, Multiple Dwelling Design Guide, North Stradbroke Island Illawarra, Southwest Victoria Point Structure Plan. That's a fair amount of work over 35 years. Steve's current role is Service Manager Strategic Planning. This is a role Steve has held since 2013 and in which he leads a team responsible for managing the future growth of the city. Steve and his team were instrumental in the development of the City Plan and also manage the current amendment program to ensure City Plan remains contemporary and reflects the community's needs. On behalf of Council and the entire Redlands community, we extend our heartfelt thanks to Steve Hill for 35 years of outstanding service, dedication and leadership. Your commitment to shaping the future of our city has left a lasting legacy and your work continues to benefit generations to come. Congratulations on this remarkable milestone and thank you for your unwavering contribution to making Redlands a better place for everyone. So I move to agenda item number 5, which is a receipt and confirmation of minutes. May I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 12th of November 2025 be confirmed? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Are there any comments as to the correctness of the minutes? Would you like to make any comment, Councillor Mitchell?
No, Mayor. Happy with the report. Thank you.
I'll now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 6, which is public participation. In accordance with section 6.8, the Council meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. We have one resident today who would like to speak, so we will need a motion to suspend standing orders. Can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders be suspended for a 5-minute public participation segment to allow members of the public to address Council on matters of public interest related to the local government? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Golay. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Okay, you may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building and published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen in the public domain. Any person addressing the meeting will state their name and suburb or organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. Stand unless unable to do so, act and speak with decorum, be respectful and courteous, make no comment directed at any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so. Details on how to apply are on Council's website. Determine the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 4 minutes, dependent on the number of speakers. Withdraw the approval to address council before the time period has elapsed. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time. And today we have Mr. David Prince, who is a resident of Russell Island, regarding infrastructure on Russell Island. And Mr. Prince, could you please move forward to the lectern to address council? Please state your name and suburb or the organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about.
Hi, my name is David Prince. I live on Russell Island. And as you've just pointed out, infrastructure is one of the key things, and roads and drainage and sewage. Yes, okay. I'm not a public speaker, however, I will do my best. This of what I speak of is very much urgent. The neglect of Russell Island over 50 plus years is disgusting, deliberate and identified. With the ignorance and arrogance of 50 years of wrong, given in these 50 years, rates has been collected on more than 10,000 properties, much more, on Russell Island alone, raising money of compounded interest in the billions. Neglect over these 50 years by council, state, federal government is disgusting and belittling. Just look at the 50 years of the rest of the Redland City, with some of the most productive farms in southeast Queensland, now houses. With many of these areas were council made, roads, drainage, sewerage and infrastructure over these years, over these 50 years. And I know that because I worked on a council in another area and knew someone who worked on the Shire down here. There needs to be some serious work in regards to sewerage, roads and infrastructure work done on Russell Island. With 50 years of rates being collected by council, sewerage, roads and infrastructure all have been paid for, far more than 10 times over. Council needs to do better than this. Anyone feeling that 50 years plus is not enough neglect, they need to be held accountable for anything they do or say on this fact. I would also like to address by something I saw yesterday, and I just want you to think about this. One more thing. Toilets at Russell Island Jetty have been removed. They were necessary. There's more than 10,000 people. Yesterday, the toilets that are there down the front, which is for all those people, only 2 toilets and a disability toilet. Disgusting. It was everywhere on the road. I want you to think about this. Shut down all the toilets in the council building and library with only the toilets at the Coles available, and do this for a week. You know, think about that. Really think about that. Right? And remember, you're here to serve. not to dominate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Prince. All right, can I please have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders resume? Moved by Councillor Boglari. Seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? So that's carried. So Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. And I note Councillor Rendles has left the room. Motion's carried. We move to, actually my mic was just off there. That pick up on the recording? Would have, all right. So just moving to agenda item number 7, which is petitions and presentations. Councillor Guy, I believe you have a petition to present.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a petition from residents and it's requesting time-limited no stopping zones on Trout Street, Trevally Court and Trocas Court, Thornlands, to improve traffic safety during peak hours. This request is for a change of parking rules for Trout Street, Trevally Court and Trocas Court, Thornlands, for one side of each street to be listed as no stopping, Monday to Friday, 7:30am to 8:30am and 2:30pm and 3:30pm. This request is made due to the traffic congestions caused by parking from students at the nearby high school and parents picking up children from both the school and nearby childcare centre. The restricted passageway, accompanied by inexperienced drivers and a high foot traffic from two schools egressing in close intervals, causes a high likelihood of serious injury to drivers and pedestrians. Recent traffic crashes occurring at the location have so far only resulted in damage to property and motor vehicles. By restricting one side of each street, students will still have ample parking in close proximity to the school, but would create a reduction in the volume of closely parked vehicles, ideally resulting in a reduced likelihood of traffic crashes occurring. The petition is of an operational nature and it's to be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. The motion's moved by you. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bishop. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Presentations. I've not been advised of any presentations today. Moving to agenda item number 8, which is the order of business. I've not been advised of any motion to alter the order of business. So agenda item number 9, which is matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. The CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from previous general meetings. Thank you, CEO. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. The items that are outstanding from previous general meetings, there is item 9.1, which is the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 9.2, Birkdale Community Precinct. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 9.3, Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project Update. A report addressing this matter in part is listed on the agenda today at item 19.4. Item 9.4, Indoor Sports Facilities Planning. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 9.5, Notice of Motion, Clearing Watercourses of Flood Debris to Mitigate Flood Risks. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. And item 9.6, the Potential Property Disposals Capalaba. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Question, Mayor? Councillor, question? I just note, and apologies for not realising it earlier, but the motion on the dams and waterways from 14 months ago was omitted from this list, and I understood it was meant to be on there. If the CEO could possibly just look into that for next month.
CEO, could you please provide a comment?
We'll take that on notice, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering, in relation to 9.2, the Birkdale Community Precinct, if there's any update on the timing for that report to come to Council?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, thank you, Councillor Bishop, for the question. There's no further updates available at this point. We'll bring information to Council as soon as we're able to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving to agenda item number 10, which is a declaration of prescribed conflict of interests and declarable conflict of interests. Does anyone have any conflicts to raise? Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest. I, Councillor Lance Hewlett, declare I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 14.1 in the general meeting on the 10th of December 2025. The applicant, Carndale Proprietary Limited, which is a Fox and Bell company, sponsored a table at the Redlands Community Charity Breakfast events last held in 2019, which was an event organised by my wife. All proceeds went to relevant charities. I will exclude myself from the meeting while this matter is being discussed and the vote taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. And I'll just read the full preamble. Councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interests relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. Potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. And thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Agenda item number 11, which is mayoral minute, and there's no mayoral minute for today's meeting. Agenda item number 12, which is reports from the Office of the CEO. Agenda item number 12.1, which is our future Redland City Corporate Plan 2026 to 2031. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Colley. Seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Colley, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor, and I would firstly like to thank the officers who have worked so hard to put this corporate plan together. It's been a very thorough process which has taken months and months, and I think the team has done a tremendous job, and I'm happy to move this today that we do adopt our future Redland City Corporate Plan 2026 to 2031 commencing 1st of July next year. The importance of this document cannot be overstated. It sets the strategic direction for Council for the next 5 years, but it also defines the crucial role our community play in achieving our goals. Given its importance, you, the community, are at the centre of it. On page 3 of the corporate plan, there is a diagram which shows this. The community at the centre of other levels of government perfectly describes what this corporate plan is all about. Each goal listed within the corporate plan also lists how you, as a community, can partner with us to deliver for our community. Our future Redland City Corporate Plan 26 to 2031 is all about articulating what Council aims to achieve with the community over the next 5 years. In order to understand that and to have it documented in this corporate plan, we underwent an extensive community engagement process across 2 phases. We had more than 4,000 unique visits to the corporate plan page on our online platform, where there was an abundance of information for the community. We received in excess of 400 responses when we did ask the community to provide feedback. What we know is that when people don't engage, when they visit the page and don't submit feedback, it's generally because they're satisfied with what is presented. Council also hosted 8 focus groups, 6 community pop-up sessions at local events and public spaces, as well as a whole of community and stakeholder workshop in relation to the corporate plan. I acknowledge, and I'm sure that there will be other councillors who do raise the point that it may not be representative of the community in some respects, and I absolutely agree. We have had a challenge engaging with young people. In fact, the most recent census suggests that only 41% of the Redlands population is aged 50 or older, yet 2/3 of respondents to this corporate plan fell into that demographic. So we are absolutely overrepresented with the feedback we received by people 50 plus. We struggled to get young people to engage. What we did do though, what the team did to try and manage that, was they heard the feedback from young people that we did receive, and we've placed an emphasis on belonging, connection, civic pride, and opportunities for young people to participate in arts, culture, and community life. In fact, this is embedded in the first goal of the corporate plan, strong communities. The other goals outlined are sustainable environments, livable neighbourhoods, prosperous economy, effective and efficient council. Things that resonate with our community, I am sure. All these goals are equally significant, but I would like to call out the sustainable environments goal. This has been reframed from the previous natural environment goal with a deliberate intent to reflect community expectations, not only for protecting our environment, but also for enabling responsible, accessible use that supports ecotourism, health, well-being, and long-term regional sustainability. This isn't a corporate plan for 11 councillors. It's not even a corporate plan for the Redland City Council organisation. This corporate plan is about you, the community. And I ask you, please, take a look at the corporate plan and see what role you can play in shaping our future Redland City.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Speakers against? Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too want to begin by acknowledging the CEO and all officers who've worked on this corporate plan. Thank you very much. I do recognise the depth of effort that goes into preparing what is, without question, Council's most strategic document, and I appreciate the intent behind many of the proposed initiatives, many of which Councillor Colley has mentioned, including the opportunities to participate and engage. However, with that respect comes a need for what I believe is honesty and consistency around the genesis and foundation, because under the local government principle, particularly democratic representation, social inclusion and meaningful community engagement, I believe the corporate plan should rest on a clear, community-created vision. Most councils across South East Queensland, at least 10 of the councils in South East Queensland now have established a long-term community vision or a community plan to guide their corporate planning. We have not meaningfully done such work since 2010. Since the adoption of the community plan, which has been superseded by the last corporate plan. And that's my concern. And when I look at some of the major projects referenced as opportunities and challenges on page 5 in this plan, such as Wynham Creek, Toondah Harbour, Heineman Road, and our current Whitewater focus at the Birkdale Community Precinct, I do sense a widening gap between our strategic direction and our commitment to meaningful engagement that we undertake and adhere to with the people who are affected by these decisions. This gap, in my view, contributes to an erosion of mutual trust and respect at a time when budgets are tight, costs are rising, and community expectations to have core services delivered as a priority are increasing. Without a shared long-term community vision that acknowledges the unique cultural values and the vision of people within our city, this corporate plan, despite the hard work behind it, risks lacking the democratic foundation that gives such a document legitimacy and clarity. And this is not a criticism for officers. They've delivered what they were asked to deliver. I believe the deficit lies in the process that we chose not to undertake, which is inviting our community to articulate their aspirations and co-creating the foundations upon which this plan should sit, which I was encouraging from the outset. And so for that reason, as a matter of principle, I cannot support the corporate plan today. I do say this respectfully and with the hope that Council will commit at the earliest opportunity to developing a genuine community vision that strengthens trust, informs decisions and brings our strategy back into alignment with the culture, the values of the people that we represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers for, Councillor Mitchell.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very proud to share a little bit of the story behind the new corporate plan, and it's certainly not a plan just built by council, has been built from the foundations of this community and reflected in the 11 councillors sitting around this room. Over the past months, we've listened, learned and worked together through many workshops, focus groups, pop-up sessions and surveys. Over 400 community interactions shaped the plan, along with the input from local business, industry partners and government stakeholders. It truly is a plan created from and with our community. What we heard was clear. Redlanders love our lifestyle. They really do. Our naturally wonderful environment and their strong sense of community. These values are at the heart of the plan. At the same time, you told us about the opportunities and challenges ahead and your aspirations. Better transport and infrastructure, support for young people, as Councillor Colley has mentioned, local jobs and protecting our unique environment. Our corporate plan balances these priorities. It safeguards what we treasure, our bays, bushland, our village and community feel, while taking confident steps towards a future city that is vibrant, connected and full of opportunity. We're planning for thriving neighbourhoods, stronger community facilities and a prosperous economy that attracts investment and innovation. We're creating spaces for young families, pathways for local business and cultural experiences that celebrate who we are. At every step, we're committed to sustainability, protecting our natural assets while embracing smart and responsible growth. Anchoring the future are major projects like the Cleveland CBD revitalisation, and Capalaba Town Centre and other major projects. These projects will be catalysts for economic growth, new jobs and vibrant recreational spaces, ensuring Redlands is not just a great place to live, but a destination for business, culture and community life. My family in the Redlands range from 1-year-old to 87 years old, 4 generations. So while I am over 50, councillor, and so are my parents, and there's a city that I'm proudly helping to plan for myself and my parents, I look forward to the future for the kids and the grandkids, and that's really the bedrock with this corporate plan seeks to go. So here's my call to action. Let's be proud of who we are, really confident in where we're going. The plan is our shared vision, a commitment to protect what we value while embracing opportunities that will make our life better and better for generations to come. Together we will build a Redlands that has a naturally wonderful lifestyle, economically strong, sustainable and absolutely ready for the future. So I'm really proud of this corporate plan, and thanks to the officers and everyone involved in developing it.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against? Any? Councillor Vaglari?
Oh, thank you. I agree with a lot of Councillor Colley's comments, and I also agree with a lot of Councillor Bishop's comments. I attended one of the evenings, and the environmental one down at Vicky Point High School, and I listened to the residents down there. A word that Councillor Bishop mentioned and is also mentioned in our notes on the consultation was the word trust. And at that meeting, what came through to me was that the residents weren't trusting that the document was future documents, at that stage it wasn't written, was not going to deliver what they asked for, because in the previous corporate plan, having environmental corridors protected was there. And it was interesting, there were people from the southern Moreton Bay Islands and then all the way across the mainland there that night. And most of that evening was actually discussed. Sorry, I'm still a little bit unwell with my hearing. Most of the conversation that entire evening was based upon, we put the environmental corridors in the last corporate plan and yet nothing's happened. And they were seeking some assurance that what they had said that night would actually be listened to and included. I feel, after listening to them, that sustainable environments is not, it's just one of the areas which is actually not listening to the community. It's not just about opening up the areas for greater recreation. We need to have some areas just for the wildlife. I'm disappointed that the environmental corridors are not placed in here. And it was also the people under 25, when we listened to them, that they also wanted the environment. It came across in all the consultations as a very strong point. But also, importantly for me, is the projects going forward. And I believe in the next 5 years, we are going to have some huge financial challenges, like lots of other local governments, but we are also going to have them. And I would like more priority placed on our infrastructure, and not just, it is mentioned, I'll agree, but I'm nervous having just some projects in there which we're listing as a priority, when I think we need to be able to, some of them have already started well and good, but I believe we should have had a broader context there about what we want going forward in the projects. We asked the officers, and they do need a thank you for the amount of time and effort that they placed in, and all the nights that they went out and spoke to the community. And we did ask for a more reduced document. But having read, as Councillor Bishop mentioned, the other documents from across South East Queensland, I think perhaps we went a little bit too narrow, and I'm just not confident that this is actually going to be what the community was expecting after the consultation. And for me personally, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more detail in quite a few of the themes that we've got here.
Thank you, Councillor Bulgari. Speaker 4. Questions? No questions? Just before I go back to Councillor Mitchell, I just wanted to make a comment as well. So I completely agree, the corporate plan is a defining document. It's a document that everyone can refer to for direction and for vision. It's also a very important document in terms of providing an interface with the community and something that everyone can refer to. I want to thank the work that the officers have done too. I know it's a tremendous effort over the course of a year to engage with the community in so many instances. As Councillor Colley acknowledged, there is a gap in engagement with the younger portion of our community who play such an important role, particularly when we're looking at vision. And I feel that is an opportunity that could be still addressed, that a little more time taken to look at alternatives in the way that we engage with those community members to get more feedback would be a very valuable aspect. It is a very difficult scenario to get so much pertinent information into a short document, and I understand the will of the majority of council to reduce the document to a very easily accessible and digestible size for our community under the 5 pillars identified. And I agree with the pillars identified and the breadth that I guess had to be addressed to reduce that number. What I would have probably also appreciated is some underpinning information around each pillar as it relates to our city. And as Councillor Boglari identified in looking at other documents from South East Queensland, I see some of those documents have provided that. I think going forward for council and our community, it's very important that we also have an education piece, and this could be done in this document, around the services that we provide, around the impact that has both on council and for the community. So, for example, one corporate plan that I looked at had some defining information in each pillar and how that particular council area, the numbers around that and how that related to each pillar and had an effect. The services that they specifically provided under each pillar, which gives the community an understanding of the services that council does provide and the breadth to which it goes to. I also felt that there could be an improvement in terms of language, and I appreciate the effort gone to under each pillar to make reference to what can you do. So that language is directed at residents. What can you do? And there are a range of different options identified as what residents could do under each pillar, such as enjoy local parks and green spaces. Recycle compost, use bins, take your dog for a walk, be friendly to visitors and tourists. So they are, I guess, very basic ideas, which lends itself to being communicating very simply with our public and our residents. However, what I would probably prefer is a little bit more collaboration around that language in terms of try to join council and community together. So rather than what can you do, the language being more around what can we do together, and most of us are residents in this area and ratepayers. So it's very important to use language that tries to bind and reflect the role that council plays in the community and how we work collaboratively. But I do want to finish on saying how much I do appreciate all of the input and the hard work. As I said, I acknowledge that it's very hard to get a great deal of information into a document that's easily digestible and make it simple enough for everyone to reference very quickly. So thank you. Councillor Mitchell, over to you. Sorry, Councillor Colley.
26th of November 2024 was the date of our first workshop where we discussed revising the corporate plan. There's been plenty of opportunities for councillors to have input into what this plan looks like. We have taken that opportunity over the past 13 months. Officers have been responsive at every stage of the development of this corporate plan. I should have noted earlier, because it's really important, that when we did endorse the corporate plan, go to further consultation to present it, the draft form, to the community, there was feedback provided and officers responded directly to the feedback which came from our community. The community have had their say. I accept that it would be great to have more community consultation, but all we can do is put the opportunity out there, and if the community doesn't choose to take that up, that's not our fault. I also wanted to point out that the current corporate plan is 64 pages. I've presented the corporate plan at mobile offices, about 50 of them this year, and not once has anybody taken the time to look at it. It isn't a document which is easily consumable for the community. Reducing the document size in the future iteration that we're going to be supporting here, I hope. We've taken out the catalyst projects and key initiatives. They're no longer listed in there, but they'll be shown in the annual operational plan. And that allows us to be more responsive to the needs of our community over the life of this corporate plan. Again, I want to thank the officers for the great work that you've done. We have all had an opportunity to have feedback. The community has plenty of opportunity to provide feedback. And I believe in my heart of hearts that this is a great vision for our city, and it's something we should all get behind.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself. That motion is carried. We now move to agenda item number 13.1, which is the November 2025 monthly financial report. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Seconded by... I have a seconder for the monthly financial report, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank the officers who every month this year have prepared this report for transparency and accountability for councillors and the community, and they are continually working on the layout of the report to give greater clarity, to make it easier and for everybody to read. This report represents the position of council at this point of time. It's the actuals versus the budgeted financial activity. It's not an overall report on the long-term financial position. At this point of time, council is presently reporting an operating surplus of 25.34 million. However, this figure can be easily impacted, as the next agenda item highlights. Capital work expenditure is behind the budget by 19.5 million, and I'll ask the officers to talk to the reasons. On page 6 of 14, there's a very clear graph which makes it easy to track the capital works throughout the year. Concerns regarding the capital expenditure are being discussed through budget reviews, and it's not intended to increase the overall amount of 152 million. Notable projects are on page 6, which may be of interest to some community members. And it's interesting to note how weather impacts our financials, especially our water and waste business. With the lot of rain that we've had, at present the water and waste have a lower revenue because there's less water being used. However, it is offset by the reduction in bulk costs. So there's a lot of impacts that affect council, which the community may not be aware of. So I'll now, through the chair, pass to the CFO to give further details. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari, and through you, Mayor. As mentioned, the report highlights the current financial tracking against the budget for this current financial year, and I'll highlight some of the key items which are continued trends that we've seen from prior months as well. So the levies and utilities charges are $2.4 million lower than budget. This is largely driven by reduced water consumption charges, which is also offset by reduced bulk water costs that we pay to SEQ Water. Fees revenue is 2.7 mil higher than budget due to some increased development assessment applications, but noting that this trend is not anticipated to continue through the year. Interest income and sales revenue are also trending higher than budget. Employee expenses, you'll now see $1.7 million higher than budget, which is a reflection of the implementation of the new enterprise agreements. Materials and services are also $2.4 million higher than budget, which is largely driven by contractor costs for cleanup following the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. Whilst depreciation expense is currently tracking below budget, just note that this is a timing difference and will be rephased as part of the first budget review, with the full year estimate holding. On the CapEx side, as Councillor Boglari mentioned, this is tracking $19.5 million below the estimated budget. This is largely continues to be due to some delays in the carryover projects for weather and equipment purchasing delays. The timing of the carryovers that were approved on the 20th of August were built into the first 4 months of this year. However, the various delays mean that this work will be back-ended into the last part of the year. The first budget review will actually reflect some of the updated project phasing. As we go through the next couple of months, there will also be more information on the delivery timelines of some of these projects, and this will be factored in at budget review 2. As mentioned last month, some of these delays are also caused due to council going to market for tenders which have had very limited responses to the tender process, further delaying projects. You'll notice that all the ratios are tracking reasonably well, with the exception of the asset sustainability ratio, and as mentioned previously, that really fluctuates through the year which is dependent on the timing of the capital spend on the renewals specifically. That's pretty much the summary of all the highlights, but I'm open to questions if anyone has any specific queries.
Thank you. First hand up, I think, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you so much, through you, Chair, to the Acting CFO. Melanie, on page 4 of 14, we note, as you have just mentioned, that levies and utility charges, that financial deficit there. And as we go over the page and we note, so just for those on the screen, page 5 of 14, thank you, we see where that comes to life with our wastewater, water access charges and water consumption charges. That's a significant number, and I'm just asking for your overview of that number. I know it's not your department as such, but it all feeds through to you, and if we can bring a bit of life to that, thank you.
Certainly, Councillor. Thanks for the question. As you can see, the breakdown of the levies and utilities, which makes up that $2.4 million unfavourable variance to budget, is largely the water consumption charges, reflecting lower consumption of water in the community. This is then offset by a lower bulk water payment to SEQ Water, as we pay that on a monthly basis, and it's in arrears, so reflective of what's actually being consumed.
Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, and thank you for the overview, and appreciate there's a lot of moving parts in a large organisation, and as we get new information and respond to events, there's a lot that officers need to do to adjust, so thank you for the update. I just wanted to ask a question, and it's in relation to what is on executive summary on page 3, and it just relates to the materials and services costs, including unbudgeted costs relating to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. Totally understandable. I do believe that there will be a component of those which will be recoverable, and I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer through the chair, but I just think there's a timing issue, and some of that we're seeing here, a portion of that will come back at some stage, I understand?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. The QRAA recovery process is underway, and officers are working on that application through to QRAA, the timing of which is yet unknown. Does anyone have any further information they wanted to provide on that? The recovery?
Yeah, we are working through the process at the moment through officers. We're putting a number of submissions and we're waiting for the outcomes and confirmation from the QRA through that process. So.
I appreciate it's a point in time. Thank you for the update, officers, and I think it's worth just bearing that in mind, that will reflect at a later point. And thank you for all the work doing that recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Rendels.
Thank you very much. It's always hard for lay people when they're going through these documents, and there's a lot of attention in the community on these documents, and I think we need to be clear so there's not misperceptions about it. I refer us to Statement of Comprehensive Income Table, which is, I think it's on page 94 of the Diligent Board's reports. Yep. If we just scroll down a little bit, we see within the breakdown of materials and services, we can clearly see the contractor costs, which we've explained as part of the Tropical Cyclone Alfred, but we're also seeing a 39% overspend on office administration costs and I was wondering if perhaps you could shed some light on that, and I've got another question after.
So in the budget, there was $23 million worth of efficiency and savings dividends and deferrals put in. There's a line in that office administration costs which reflects the savings that are required. And so that variance there is reflective of the savings not quite being achieved at this point in time, which is then reflected in the budget review, which is the next item.
Okay, if I may continue, that if we go to the next section, or a couple of sections further, the statement of financial position overview with the pie charts. Yep, that's it. If we look at the 2978 for infringements net of impairment, I've asked this question on previous meetings, so perhaps you could explain what that is, and I won't ask you to confirm it because I have checked it. That's $429,000 more than the same time last year.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question through you, Mayor. The infringements net of impairment is reflective of the debt that is currently owed to council for infringements that have been issued, and it's being offset by an estimated amount of bad debts that we would not be able to be recovered through the SPUR process. So the infringements are up on prior years, and this is reflective of the changes in the technology that's been implemented in June 24 around the automated. One of the other officers might be able to just explain this better, but it's the vehicle and the camera capture of traffic infringements around town. So we have seen an increase in the value of infringement revenue, which is then offset by a corresponding increase in the value of the debts owed to the council.
So if we, and I don't believe there's been a change in the whether you call it the price or the value or the cost or the fine per infringement. So this effectively reflects, 17% or so increase in the number of infringements that have been issued through the introduction of new technology.
Correct.
The other question I had was in relation to the planning levies and charges. That my understanding is that over the last 20 weeks that we've been averaging just over 17 development applications for dwellings on the Southern Moreton Bay Islands, 17 a week, which is bringing us up around 800 a year. And the development application fees are charged on each of those, in which case we are seeing an increased contribution, a significantly increased contribution to that revenue base from SIMBI.
In the development assessment revenue?
In the development assessment revenue.
On the operating statement?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Endorse. Any other questions? Councillor Golay?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the relevant officers. Given the history of the Southern Moreton Bay Islands, more importantly Russell Island, as it used to be a farming centre, and then somewhere through history it was converted into residential. On all of these builds, does council collect infrastructure charges at all? So on the mainland, there are infrastructure charges collected per lot. For a build on the Southern Moreton Bay Islands, are there
Point of order.
charges collected?
Councillor Colley?
I don't believe the councillor is speaking to the financial report that we're here to discuss.
Councillor
Oh,
Golay?
I'm sorry. I was asking a question. It's pretty simple.
Unrelated question, I believe. I was seeking clarification from the chair.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
I'll
Councillor.
withdraw the question then.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Any other questions? All right, Councillor Boglari, would you like to sum up?
I'll just take the opportunity to thank the finance team for all their work throughout the year. For everything in council goes back to finance. So they've got a huge responsibility upon their shoulders and they do us proud. So thank you to that team.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Moving to 13.2, which is the 2025-2026 first budget review. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Tolte. Just noting that any in-depth discussion will require us to move into confidential or closed session. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The purpose of today's report is the budget review. We're looking to adopt the revised budget review for 25-26. It's obviously done every year. There's certainly some challenges every year, but this is part of normal business as usual for a council and in these challenging times. In these reviews, we review permanent variances at the end of the first 4 months of service delivery of council. Obviously, capital works delivery is reprioritised in line with current practices and internal and external factors that might be affecting capital works delivery. Issues this year, we're looking at this stage deficit of around 8.167 million, and importantly of note, a lot of that is through enterprise bargaining agreements, so looking after our staff. So that's a non-negotiable that gets factored in once those agreements are made. Effects of Tropical Cyclone Alfred maintenance and critical tree care has been a huge operational burden, and there's some other factors that are written into the document under the issues section. So obviously we need to recognise and stare all those variances in the face and adopt this budget review today to allow us to move forward with all the operational and capital works that are so important in service delivery for our city. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against? Any other questions? I'll just deal with questions first. Any questions in relation to the review? No. Councillor Bishop, did you have a...
Just note that in overall, this work is critical, and the information that we're receiving does substantiate a lot of these issues that are raised in the issues section. I, for myself, just want to place on the record my concern around the statement around the project management fees for the Redland Investment Corporation. I just want to just acknowledge that is something that I believe is an important thing to... I did not support that initially, so I've just got some concerns with that, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boglari.
I would just also like to have my concerns noted. I will support today's budget review, even though, as Councillor Mitchell pointed out, it is going to worsen our operating result for council, now forecasting an 8.16 million deficit, whereas previously, we just mentioned in the financials at the current stage, we've got a surplus. I'm also wanting to note, as written in the report, that there's $23 million of savings, efficiencies and deferrals that are built into the budget and still need to be achieved. And at the present, this has been a challenge. And I thank the staff for all the work that they're doing to actually try and achieve those savings. But I will support today's budget review because there's critical infrastructure in this review that needs to be supported, and other projects that our staff need to be able to get on with for the safety of our city. So we need to support them in doing that work. But between now and the budget next year, there's another couple of budget reviews, and I really think we need to address the challenges that we are facing and prioritise critical infrastructure and not be putting in other projects in these budget reviews that perhaps aren't necessary or important enough to be urgent at this stage.
the priority has to be this critical infrastructure going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Councillor Colley.
Since we're all having comments, I'll have one as well. Councillor Boglari just pointed out the cost savings and efficiencies built into the budget, and I think that's a really important point. And this budget review here that is before us, I guess, highlights the importance and really brings home that we cannot continue to do this as a council. We cannot build our budgets with these in. It's not fair on the organisation and it's not fair to the community. So we need to have some really honest and frank conversations about our budget development and what that looks like.
Any other comments? All right, so just to sum up, we've had, and then I'll go back to Councillor Mitchell to close. Obviously there are concerns. We know we've come through some challenging periods with some unexpected costs. We have, in relation to our overall budget, I know that, as Councillor Boglari outlined, that a lot of this relates to continuing on business and making sure the officers can fulfil their functions properly in the service of the community. I probably echo some concerns, but bearing in mind we do have two more budget reviews. But as we've all identified, there are some very difficult decisions, but decisions that need to be based very firmly in our service delivery for the future, and we have ongoing work in the review looking at that as well. Councillor Mitchell, back to you.
Thank you. I guess I'll just sum up by saying, of course, we have concerns. That's what we do. We're absolutely all concerned for our city and budgeting along with city planning and planning schemes, etc. Some of the most challenging and important elements of the work, but that's what we put our hand up for and that's what we paid for. So stating concerns is one thing, but us taking actions and delivering is the next, and that's what this budget will allow us to do is to deliver those services, whether they be above ground, below ground, or the important future infrastructure that comes from those major projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 13.3. I'll just, before I note, I'll just make a comment, sorry. We've got a scheduled lunch break somewhere between 12 and 12:30, which I'm waiting on notice for the staff. And I had planned to break up the day with 2 short breaks. So if we keep moving through the agenda items relatively well, if we have a 10-minute break, maybe around 11, our lunch break, and then progress through the afternoon, is that going to be suitable? No? All right, we'll see how we go. All right, agenda item number 13.3, Audit and Risk Management Committee for the 2nd and 9th of October 2025. Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. The last couple of meetings of the Audit and Risk Committee have been extremely full meetings and very productive. At the meeting in October, the ARMC reviewed reports, organisational realignment, the External Service and Efficiency Review and the Southern Forelands PDA. The committee received updates on the digital transformation program, which was rated effective with some improvements, noting strong leadership, robust governance with partners and well-integrated risk management, while only a couple of low-risk recommendations were identified. So well done to the staff in that area. Risk and compliance matters were also discussed. We also had internal audit updates, and they covered the Judy Holt Northern Landfill Project review, which identified project governance and risk management gaps. Action items have arisen, including providing a report on the organisational response to projects and programs, including health checks and other assurance on their current status, incorporating learnings from the Judy Holt Landfill Project review. This report should address how processes, systems and governance arrangements have been updated to address and prevent reoccurrences of the weaknesses identified during the Judy Holt project. There was also a review of general rates and digital transformation audits, and they contain positive assessments with only a small number of recommendations. Progress has continued across all audits, and any overdue items are being actively managed. The committee also noted the audited financial report of RIC and the Redland City Council monthly financials, and there are minutes attached to the report today with further information and reading if anyone else would like to know more. The ARMC plays an important role in overseeing the Health and Council, and the Mayor and I are thoroughly enjoying our role on the committee, and I just want to take this opportunity again to thank the external members for their contribution throughout the year and wish them a Merry Christmas, and the staff that also support us. And I'm also pleased to take this opportunity to welcome Louise Dudley to the Redland City Council Audit and Risk Committee. Louise comes with a lot of expertise and experience in water and waste, so we are really looking forward to working with Louise and the rest of the committee in the new year.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boglari. Any comments, questions? Councillor Rendels.
Thank you again for the purpose of clarification for people reading this, because it is a little bit of a turgid read if you're not financially inclined, or perhaps even if you're not an auditor. And I'm very appreciative of the work of council officers, and I'm particularly appreciative of the work of Councillor Boglari and the Mayor and the commitment of their time to this committee. I bring your attention to page 2 of the report. The first paragraph at the special general meeting of 9th of October. It's on diligence, it's page 116, item 13.3. So back further, 116. Yep, that one. The last half of that paragraph refers to the Queensland Audit Office presenting Council's closing report. And also further in the document, it refers into the attachment, it refers to external audits of RIC. Can I get some understanding of the frequency of those external audits of Council and the RIC as an operating arm of Council's frequency, please?
At the beginning of the year, the Audit Committee noted what, unless an officer would like to answer, if there's an officer here, but...
through you, Chair, I can respond. Are you referring to the external audits?
Yeah,
the annual financial statement?
Yeah. Is it an annual frequency that we have an external audit of our financials and an external audit of RIC, or is it biannual, or is it quarterly? It's
each year. So every year for the annual financial statements receive assurance from Queensland Audit Office through their processes. They do come in multiple times through the year to do a planning visit and then 2 interim audits and then a final audit. So they are on site around 4 times a year.
If I may continue, Mayor? And my understanding is the Audit and Risk Committee meets quarterly in Council?
That's correct.
If that's through you, Mayor, if that's okay, if I can comment. So there are 4 meetings per year, Councillor Rendels. It's not per quarter because, again, it does come to the timing of the end-of-year financial statements, the review and the preparation, and then presenting those through to Council. So there'll be 2 that are a little bit closer together, and then you'll have 2 that are in the other part of the quarters.
If I may continue, I also notice in the attachment that this current report provides a status update on 15 different items, which range from fleet to water and wastewater to RIC. So the Audit and Risk Management Committee should give some assurance to the community that on a regular basis that key items of expenditure and processes of council are subject to a close examination.
Who? So, sorry, what are you seeking?
Well, what I'm just trying to make clear for the purposes of the community who are listening to this, there has been some concerns expressed in the community that, you know, there is a perchance financial mismanagement of council, and that there's need for further examination and external reviews of that. And it would appear from this report that council, and I'm just seeking clarification, that council finances are subject to at least annual external review by the Queensland Audit Office, and key components of council finances are subject to 4 times a review by an Audit and Risk Committee with independent members attended by the Mayor and Councillor Baglari.
Councillor Endorse, the ARMC complies with its legislative obligations and functions as explained, yes.
And thank you for that. So to sum up, am I correct in being able to provide reassurance to the community that our finances are subject to independent review on a regular basis, and the fact that those reports are such as presented here, that we're meeting the independent performance requirement?
Point of order, Mayor.
Councillor Colley?
I don't believe the council is speaking to us adopting the minutes of the Audit and Risk Management Committee meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Yes, upheld. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Councillor Baglari, if you'd like to sum up.
Thank you. And I would like to actually give that reassurance, because the Audit and Risk Committee does look into various aspects of council, as the reviews listed here state, and what information they are given, the external people and all involved in that committee do go through it. With the finances that go to the Audit and Risk Committee are the same reports that then come to council. So councillors also see those finances. We actually don't have any extra finance knowledge given to us. It's unless we would particularly ask for a review. So those reports come to the Audit Risk Committee, and then they come to council, and you also therefore get to have a look at it for any scrutiny that you feel might be necessary. So thank you once again to the officers and the Audit Committee for their work throughout the year. I feel the officers are very supportive of the committee, and there's a lot of knowledge there which we can tap into.
Thank you, Councillor Baglari. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 13.4, which is Tropical Cyclone Alfred After Action Review Report. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Tolte, and seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Tolte, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is an after-action report which explains for everyone, the community obviously, all of the work and all of the matters that are considered post a traumatic event like the cyclone, and provides information for them. And if I can very quickly run through, there are so many positives that came out of such a negative event, and our disaster management staff were outstanding. Their interaction with other levels of government in their disaster management were outstanding, and that was noted all the way from the Premier down. We really did have the most fantastic cooperation and interagency cooperation in support of our community through this very significant event. So just as a very quick guide of what is in this report, The review identified many strengths and positive responses to such a negative event. There was proactive preparedness was very, very good, with strong preparatory measures evident. Multi-agency collaboration. There were 47 agencies who contributed to the response and then came together afterwards to reflect on it and think about how they could improve again further the next time. We had alerting through the Disaster Coordination Centre, which was timely and disseminated information to the community. Community engagement, the Community Champion Program served a vital conduit for the council and those areas where it was difficult to get communications during the event. And our Community Champions Program is a state-leading initiative. We had operational flexibility, early adaptation with sandbagging stations and opportunities to flex and meet the issues that arose. Inter-council support with staff coming from other councils to support our staff as they got tired through the long-running event. Excellent record keeping, the initiation of our new, what is now our new Disaster Management Coordination Centre was exceptionally good. We had great data utilisation. We had incredible coordinated governance with 24-hour-a-day messaging, input, responses to all the concerned stakeholders and councillors, everybody that had a stake in making sure that they could find a way to support our community had a way to get the information they needed. Our governance was coordinated. We had established recovery networks in place before the event had even hit, so we were hitting the ground running the moment that the skies had cleared enough for us to get people on the ground. We had early funding engagement from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and they provided us an in-house officer who answered questions and helped us prepare to get the community back on their feet as early as possible. We had geospatial intelligence. We had the Queensland Police out door knocking and using that very advanced data to ensure that if the worst did hit, we had done everything possible to prepare the community. Fortunately, it didn't, but the use of that data was groundbreaking and it provided an insight for all of the operational agencies as they coordinated and cooperated. So the review identified 18 recommendations designed to strengthen these already fantastic responses through management capability, to improve operational efficiencies and enhance community resilience. And we had a report brought back, a number of reports have been brought back. We've had workshop days with the Disaster Management Group looking at the outcomes of those reports and sharing that information with other agencies. And it really is an exceptional thing. It's probably distant in the minds of most of the community now, but I think it's very timely for people to realise that it's not distant for those people who have been working all year to continue to clear the debris, get the trees off the side of the road, ensure safety of public places and public access, and that work still goes on. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Bishop.
Yes, I would first of all like to just acknowledge that incredible overview and the incredible work by officers. But given that we have the officer who has been substantively involved in the room, I wonder if it's worthwhile, if there's any other comments that they would like to make about the significance of what was a very big event that they had planned for. If Mike has any other comments that he'd like to make.
Mike, would you like to make a comment? Thank you.
Microphone.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. Yeah, it was probably the single most significant event we've had here in southeast Queensland since 1956, when the last one rolled through. There was a huge amount of learnings out of it, and I take Councillor Tolte provided a really great summary. There were some really great learnings that came out of that event. Some amazing stuff that was done on the ground, and I certainly recognise the work that our GIS team did in terms of the interactive app, which allowed over 3,000 residents to be warned of potential storm surge impacts prior to an event. To be able to door knock that many people in a couple of days leading up to the event was amazing. 155,000 sandbags given out over that event. To be able to keep up with that demand, our city operations team were amazing. And then the coordination within the centre, and I do thank Council for allowing us to use that facility in a very short period of time, and then be able to function effectively out of that, and then create that now as part of this, the recommendations, as a fully operational disaster coordination centre, which has just been finalised only a week ago. So I'm ready for the season if we need to activate it. We've learnt a lot, and there's a lot of work we're still rolling through, and I expect that some of these recommendations will take a number of months to fully implement, but what it does, it just continues to hone our systems that are already good. We can always make them better, and it's our commitment to continuous improvement in disaster management, because if we're not improving, we're not going in the right direction.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you so much. And again, through the chair, Mike, the incredible fortune that we had, not only had you done that preparatory you'd done a scenario, but when we had a bit of time leading into this, which was on our side, the team worked so well with community, and I want to thank you also. The recommendation 9, the councillor liaison cell, allowing information flows from councillors within the structure of the disaster coordinated process is important. I do have a question around the community champions. The recent event that occurred in Thornside and Birkdale and parts of that hailstorm, I just wonder whether there is an opportunity to look at the community champions, and just noting the Thornside Community Hall as one of the evacuation centres. I'll take it as something we can follow up later on, but I think as we do that review, it would be nice to see how we can find local people, even in places on the mainland, so that we can get those communications happening. That would be appreciated. And the other question is, the information from this report and the assessment of the halls is going to be very important going forward. Can we use some of this information to take to the federal government for increased reason for us to apply for regional status because of some of the challenges that we face across the city? I think that's probably a larger question than maybe Mike can answer, but the information from this report helps us make an argument that I think our islands have been particularly affected. So thank you. I'm not sure if their officers can comment on that, but I just think it's important that we use this information from such reports.
Thank you. Mike, I think probably obvious, but would you like to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, absolutely. The information from the report certainly could be used as an advocacy piece along those lines. In terms of the community champions, so for your awareness, we do have community champions on the mainland now. We have 7 mainland champions. We have a total of 65 champions right across the city, and I'm pleased to be able to let you know that all of the islands are represented by champions, and we have the champions on the mainland, which obviously move between the suburbs and the like. And we continue to build that program, so we regularly recruit more champions, and of course we coordinate that entire program and manage that. So we dedicate a significant resource to make sure that that cohort of people are ready there for our community. And as was mentioned earlier, it's one of the few programs in Queensland that has been sustainable. A number of these programs had been initiated but have fallen away. This one is continuing to grow, which is great to see.
Thank you to all officers and everyone involved in that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Golley.
It's more of an acknowledgement, Mayor, if you allow.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. I would just like to also acknowledge the members of the Army Reserve who attended as well. Now, not many people realise this. They see a uniform, they think big armies out on the town. No, they're Army Reservists who leave their families, who have to take their annual leave to come and do these jobs. They're often called out, and it bites into what's called their training days, where they only get 150 training days a year for meeting the defence capability of the country, not storm damage recovery assistance. So when we call out the ADF, which is generally Army Reserves, that bites into their capability training. And so we have to be very careful how we actually call them and apply them. So I wanted to acknowledge that whilst, yes, it's an asset, it's an extreme asset only if we can't meet the capability requirements of dealing with storm, because it does impact the country's capability of defending itself. You're actually pulling members away from their capability training, and not many people realise that. So thank you to the ADF and those Army Reservists who came from Headquarters 11 Brigade out at Enoggera Barracks, who came out here to help the community.
Thank you, Councillor Golly. So just to echo the comments that Councillor Tolty, Deputy Mayor, made as well, we certainly as we moved around, as I've moved around speaking to other areas as well, other local government areas, we know that Redlands is held in high regard in terms of its response and recovery process. So I too add my thanks again to everyone involved, to all of the interagency collaboration which made this process so streamlined. The quick response in terms of moving into that review phase was, I think, really beneficial in terms of us being able to make representations to the state government as well. And the feedback I know that we got was fairly strong, and grateful parties involved in that strong feedback. The recommendations that we've seen are really good, and certainly I know that some informed the response more recently to the storm response most recently, which was also, we're grateful for that response as well. So congratulations to everyone, thank you very much. And Councillor Tolty, over to you if you'd like to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor. I think generally speaking, it's been said, but certainly very grateful for all of the people that came and volunteered and worked to help one another. It shows that our community is resilient and they do step up and help one another, which is the primary response that we're looking for in any emergent situation. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Golay, because while I quite across all of the other interagencies, I was not aware of the way that the Army responses happen. So that was educational for me. So thank you. And with that, I would urge everyone to acknowledge this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 13.5, which is the Local Government Association of Queensland special meeting. Do I have a mover for option 1? Councillor Tolty. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hughes, I think was the hand up. Councillor Tolty, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a confirmation that as a council we support the recommendations and the feedback being given by the Local Government Association Queensland to the government on the changes that they intend for the new local government bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tolty. Any speakers against? Any questions? Right, Councillor Tolty, anything further?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Sorry, we now have agenda item number 14.1, which is preliminary approval for material change of use, including a variation request to vary the effective city plan in accordance with the Inspire Technology and Innovation Centre plan of development. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Boglari. Second. Sorry. I just, with meeting protocol, sorry, okay. Moved by Councillor Talty, seconded by Councillor Bishop, actually had his hand up, so I'll just go in order.
So, Madam Mayor, the recommendation that is on the screen is not the recommendation that I sent through that I would like to move. So if I could change that for that one. Thank you.
So you're proposing an amendment to the motion, Councillor Talty?
I'm putting a different motion. It has been amended already. Yes. So I did discuss this with councillors. I have sent it through with the explanations, and the officers have reviewed it and provided all of the sort of supplementary paperwork. So this is the approval, preliminary approval for material change of use for the development. The two variations that I have asked for are to return to the original 10-metre front planting, 10-metre strip of planting along the front, and to allow business-to-business development to be in this industrial and employment area, so that business-to-business are those businesses which generally sell to other businesses, like lighting shops who supply electricians and plumbing shops that supply plumbers and so forth. So in the original recommendation, that was those businesses were on an inconsistent use table. So this just removes them from the inconsistent use table and allows them to also find a space here if that is what the market decides. Thank you.
So can I just clarify, Councillor Talty? Sorry, when did these come through? When did these amendments come through?
They were discussed in the workshop, and then they were sent through at 8:30 this morning, I believe.
8:32 this morning.
Yes, I did. They were discussed at a workshop. There was a lot of work for the officers to adjust all of the documents.
All right. So what we're looking at now on the screen in yellow is the amendments that were sent through at 8:32 this morning to amend the original officer's recommendation. So that's correct. Yeah. Seconded by Councillor. Oh, that was the actual motion. Okay. So moved by Councillor Toller. So I need a seconder for this amendment, Councillor. It's an amended motion. I'm actually getting advice because I actually used the wording at the beginning. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? And Councillor Bishop seconded it. Now we've got an amendment to that motion. So Councillor Talty has put that amendment forward. So Councillor Mackenzie is...
This is the motion I moved, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, and I'm just explaining. So
I have not amended it. It is the motion I am moving.
Councillor
And if you need a different seconder, that's fine.
Councillor Talty, as I've just explained, when I called for a mover of the officer's recommendation, Councillor Boglari had her hand up, but then she deferred to you as your hand was up, and my wording was, do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? So it was moved by you, seconded by Councillor Bishop, and then you brought forward your amendment. So now that you've brought forward your amendment, that's what's on the record. Now I'm seeking a seconder for that. So that's Councillor Mackenzie.
Correct. Thank you for the clarification.
All right. So now you've just spoken to it. Speakers against. Sorry, Councillor Boglari, are you speaking against? I'll just move through the process so I keep a track of what we're doing, and then we can have questions.
I'd just like to ask, can an officer please explain the changes if they're in the room? I don't know whether they are.
That might provide clarity. Thank you.
Morning, Mayor, morning, councillors. So the alternate resolution that was sent through proposed a change to the conditions which were included in the original agenda that was circulated. Now, that's new attachment 19 of your documents that were circulated by email this morning. So principally what that involves is a change to condition 5 to remove reference of the 15-metre private open space along the Cleveland-Redland Bay Road, and then also to condition 26, which reference a 15-metre wide landscape buffer and replaces that with a 10-metre wide landscape buffer. As part of that as well, there was also some annotations that were added to the by officers in red and were contained in the original agenda, which included changes to the concept landscape plan and also to the which included an annotation in red to show that it's 15 metres rather than a 10 metre as shown on the plan. So that annotation was removed as well. The second matter that has been addressed by this alternate motion is in relation to the plan of development, and I think as Councillor Tolte has given an overview, there's one or two changes to that plan of development which affects this variation request. So principally what that involves is a change to table 5.1 of that plan of development, which relates to inconsistent uses and other development. So what that does is council officers had included a garden centre, hardware and showrooms as being inconsistent. What this amendment has actually scores through those uses, so they're no longer identified as inconsistent. There are also some changes to the requirements for acceptable development relating to that change to the 15 metre, moving it back to 10 metres, so it just changes that. And then finally, there's a change to one of the other provisions which again relates to that 10 metre to 15 metre. So there's two items which have been requested to be changed but have required consequential changes to all of those supporting documents to be approved.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bishop?
Yes, just further, I appreciate that what seems a simple change has consequential impacts, and to help us understand from the councillor's perspective that simple change has some ripple effects. As the expert through the chair, can I ask what the size and scale of that effect might be, and if it does potentially stand outside of what we would normally be considering as the officer recommendation, particularly in relation to the changes to the inconsistent use. We've recently got a centres strategy revision done. I just want to make sure that we're not going down a pathway that's going to adjust that or change that in significance. Can I just ask from your assessment, I appreciate you've described what the changes are and the material nature of it, but just in terms of the unlooked for consequences in terms of officer recommendation, any changes from your view?
Well, as you correctly pointed out, the officer's recommendation is per the agenda item, and that is officer's recommendation to council. Now, the two changes that were proposed is to explain council's assessment or council officer's assessment of those two issues. So the garden centre, showroom and other uses were identified as inconsistent uses. Through the course of the development application, ordinarily for those types of uses, we would seek justification as to why they wouldn't be located in a centre. Current city plan generally requires those types of uses to be within a centre location. So the application hasn't addressed that in our view. That's why officers recommended that they include that within the inconsistent table, which was put forward by the applicant and formed part of the plan of development. Now, that doesn't mean that necessarily an application would be precluded. It would still be impact accessible should an application come forward in the future. So in those circumstances, if an application were lodged, we would seek justification as to whether or not there was a need, demand, and what impact that might have on our existing centres hierarchy. So that was in response to that issue. In response to the landscaping, again, obviously the Redlands, existing Redlands Business Park has quite a significant amount of vegetation surrounding it. It's generally subordinate in the landscape in which it sits. Now, I appreciate that it is an industrial employment site, but again, obviously, the existing employment park has been landscaped, there's ecological corridors, etc. So in terms of why we were seeking a 15-metre wide landscaped treatment to Cleveland Redland Bay Road was to maintain that setting in the landscape. It was also given that there may be substantial buildings up to 15 metres in height within close proximity to a main kind of arterial route in and out of the city. We felt it was appropriate to maintain mature landscape, that we had that 15-metre kind of width as opposed to the 10 metres. So that was officers' justification for the recommendation that we've put forward.
Thank you. And just as by way of just making sure I've heard you correctly, in regard to the first matter, the inconsistent use, if the officer's recommendation was actually what council votes for, the applicant or subsequent people could apply for a different use down the track if that's their wish, and that would still be able to be assessed at a later stage?
Absolutely right. It would be impact accessible, so either way, it would still need an impact accessible development application, and they could lodge that.
Yeah, okay. That helps me understand that bit. And I do understand in terms of the ecological corridors, which across the city are not, but they're things that we need to manage. I can understand the need for buffer, both for environment and for amenity. So thank you. That was very helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions as a result? Councillor Boglari.
Through you to the officer. I'm just trying to find the new attachment, sorry, and there's two new attachments. Could you, if we were able to get the map up, could you actually show me where these changes are on the, I know one is along Cleveland Redland Bay Road, but you also mentioned the private open space is removed and there's another.
Sorry, because it's a variation to the effect of the planning scheme, there's a master plan and a concept and a precinct plan. So effectively the landscape treatment, which is to the east of the site adjoining Cleveland Redland Bay Road, is identified in a precinct, but it's the same landscape.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. And I thought you mentioned the other day in the workshop that the applicant was actually happy with that buffer.
Well, there's been ongoing discussions in relation to a number of matters that have arisen through the course of the application. The application is probably a couple of years old now, basically, just for one reason or another. So there have been iterations of plans which have been submitted and discussed over a course of the application as it's been submitted. But I say officers ultimately, in consideration of all of the information that was put before us, and given that obviously we needed to make a decision on the application, that resulted in us making the recommendation to you today.
Thank you.
Councillor Colley.
A question to Michael through you, Mayor. Was the request for the change to inconsistent uses to remove garden centre and hardware and trade supplies, was that a request that's come from the applicant?
No. The original development application was submitted with the plan of development, which followed a similar kind of style, if you like, to the original Redland Bay Business Park, which did identify inconsistent and consistent uses. Now, that was a drafting that was kind of under IPA, the Integrated Planning Act, back when that original approval was made. So that kind of format, if you like, for the plan of development has been carried forward. So that was the applicant that identified that inconsistent table. However, it didn't include the garden centre, the showroom uses, for example, that officers have amended and put into that table.
Okay, so the previous one said that they were fine, they weren't?
Correct. As originally submitted for this development application, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think it was determined, everyone, I think everyone was comfortable when the... Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Michael. I'm just interested in the perhaps out of centre things. I have no problem with business-to-business uses in there, as have been described. Just want that clarification again, that if there were smaller shops or retail, those things, that they all would be impact accessible within that. So we'd have an opportunity as a council or the community to comment on that to help ensure.
Well, the plan of development
out of centre
does allow the instance of a shop, and usually what you would anticipate in an employment area is a small kind of ancillary, like your cafe to service employees on the industrial area. So that is contemplated. For larger retail format retail uses, which might incorporate a garden centre, shop, showroom, hardware, things of that nature. Now, they would trigger an impact accessible development application, and that obviously would not necessarily come back before council, depending on the delegation, but it would trigger an impact accessible development application.
No, that's okay. No, it's just that economic development side now. The centre was my only concern, but I'm pretty comfortable and would happily work with other councillors on that if they come through. Thank you.
Thank you. We went down the rabbit hole of questions then. So yes. So just to clarify, in the amendments put forward, were there any speakers against? Just circling back to that. No, we're all good. Any more questions to close that out? No. Councillor Tolty, back to you to sum up.
Councillors, this is an application to essentially expand the Redlands Business Park and provide for businesses that are not currently there servicing the area. It is not, these changes are not designed to impact the Victoria Point Centre, but they are designed to provide opportunity and less red tape to get employment and services in the south of the city where we need them. So this is a sensible outcome. My understanding is it will still go to appeal, but it will narrow the appeal. So at least these points will be covered. So I would ask that you allow for these, because I have been thoroughly through it and I believe that this will be the best way to service the community in the future and provide jobs. Thank you.
All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes and Colley. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Bishop and myself. I note Councillor Hewlett has left the room after declaring a conflict of interest, and the motion is carried.
That was the amendment.
The amendment. Yep. All right, moving to agenda item number 14.2, which is the community facility update. Okay, thank you. Lance said just there was a question, so just a few more minutes and we'll call you back in. All right. So we now put the amended motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Hughes and Colley. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Bishop and myself, noting Councillor Hewlett is still out of the room due to his conflict of interest. That motion is carried. Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 14.2, which is the community facility update, New Southern Moreton Bay Islands Youth and Community Centre. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Rendles.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I'd like to move a procedural procedural motion under 7.61 of the standing orders that this report lie on the table for a future meeting of council. And in choosing for it to lie on the table, I note that the report won't be amended. It will be as is, as I do not wish to create any increased workload for officers. I think there is a general consensus amongst everybody around the table that there is a need to support community infrastructure on the southern Moreton Bay Islands, and particularly infrastructure that's targeted towards youth. The original proposal was for a $1 million contribution from council and $1 million from the state, and that's now escalated up to 2.4 from council, a lot of which is around increasing the cyclone resilience of the building. Allowing it to lay on the table will give a number of things. It will provide an opportunity for officers to come back and present at a workshop a little bit more information about how this facility will be utilised and how it integrates with community planning and community infrastructure across the islands moving forward. And it also provides an opportunity, which I've already initiated, of approaching the state government, identifying the increased cost due to cyclone resilience and asking for a contribution to those costs. So I would put the procedural motion to people.
Thank you, Councillor Rendels. I had asked for the movers for the officer's recommendation, so we need to, as a procedural point, have the motion live and then move the procedural motion to defer or to action your...
Mayor, I don't believe that's correct. I'm sorry. I really think we need to check the standing orders.
I've just received some advice. Would you like to speak, Chris?
Through you, Chair. In our standing orders at 7.6.1, we do stipulate that a procedural motion can be moved during the debate of a matter at the meeting. So if we get the motion live, the debate commences, we can then move our procedural motion to lay it on the table.
Thank you. So if I go back to the original step where I started, and I had asked for a mover for the officer's recommendation, so that was you, Councillor Rendels? No? All right. So Councillor Boglari. Seconded by Councillor Mitchell. So now that the motion is live, and we move into the debate portion, Councillor Boglari, I guess if I follow correct procedure, did you have anything to say in relation to the officer's recommendation first up?
Not at this stage, no.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Councillor Rendell.
If I may move the procedural motion as already outlined, that will expedite proceedings if I don't go through it again. Thank you.
Correct. All right, so I now put the procedural... sorry, Councillor Bishop.
Just seeking clarification on, so what is before us now is a procedural motion for what?
So now, no, it wasn't lying on the table, it was deferring.
It was for a motion to lie the report on the table under section 7.61D of the standing order.
Thank you for the clarification. So
does there need to be any clarification on timing for that at this stage?
as I understand it, it's just to a future meeting.
Okay. And a further question, if I may, is there any way that the report that was 13.4 in relation to the post-tropical cyclone event, there was a look at venues and suitability of cyclone-rated dwellings across the city. Is there any way that information from that could be integrated in as part of this?
So when the report comes back, it comes back as is?
Yes, I understand that. I'm just wondering in terms of timing, I'm not quite sure if there's any relevance to that, but it seems very relevant to consider it.
Councillor Rendels.
If I may, through the chair, address your question, Paul, that the objective is to provide time for council officers to come back and brief us verbally at a workshop, which would include some of the issues, the interface with the recommendations arising out of upgrades, because we can identify, it's not identified in the report, but we can identify the components of the cost that's attributable to cyclone upgrades. And while we will convey that to the state and ask for a contribution to those costs, in the meantime, we didn't, deliberately recognising the pressure that staff are under, want them to go back and do a whole rewrite of a report, which is fundamentally, very clear, but could address those questions with a workshop.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. Question through you, Mayor, probably to the CEO. If the procedural motion gets up and it's laying on the table, a workshop's been mentioned but can't be presumed, so that there's time or space in the new year, but can that be an assumption or a process that you'd work through to find that time? Thank you.
CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell, for the question. Councillor's asking us for a workshop. We'll organise a workshop for you, councillors. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Endorse, did you have anything further to say?
No, I would just put the motion to the meeting. Thank you.
All right. I now put the procedural motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, now we have 14.3, the Adopted Infrastructure Charges Resolution number 3.3, 2025. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mackenzie.
Excuse me, Mayor, I did send notification last night that I would like to move an alternate motion, which was, it was circulated late, but I did give notification to you and councillors last night about this additional dot point that I would like to add in.
Could you?
I would like to move this alternate motion.
I'll just seek some clarification because I'd called for the record, do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? All right, thank you. Just seeking clarification because no one had actually put their hand up to move it, as is previous, that we can move this way. So the amendments which were circulated last night...
This morning.
Sorry, this morning. They were circulated this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give me a time on that one too?
It was after 9:30. I think it was just as the meeting started. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen.
I don't know if I've seen those then. I won't have seen them. So sorry, these were circulated after the meeting started?
Yes, Mayor. But I did send notification to Mayor and councillors last night about the proposed alternate motion with the intent that I was seeking to achieve, and that wording would be sent this morning.
Okay.
So yes, I did. It was emailed this morning, and I did send text notification to you and all councillors about
last night.
This morning.
Okay. So last night and then this morning the email was circulated. Okay, I found it. 9:33 a.m. for anyone wanting a reference. We have those up. Okay, so the changes to the the alternate motion now, in addition, is the addition of dot point 3, which we have up on our screen. So that's moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to your amended motion?
I'll speak to the motion, yes, and then just highlight that dot point. So this motion is to adopt the infrastructure charges resolution for 2025, and the changes are really in line with the Planning Regulation Act set by the state. So the principles on that is that we have to follow what they state, and we have capped charges, so that's what this document actually reflects. And there's also some just administrative changes that also reflect the State Government's Planning Act that we need to comply with. With regards to dot point 3, back in 2011 there was a council resolution to apply a discount for semi-dependent and dependent aged persons and special needs housing, and that hasn't been reviewed since that time. So I think it's well overdue that we probably review that discount and see whether it should still be applied from July 1st next year. The end date of March 2026 was a date suggested by officers in order to give them time to do that review, bring it back to us, so then could be implemented from 1st of July 2026 if there was any changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bearing in mind it was received at 9:33, are there speakers against? So, okay, I guess questions. Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the intent and the information and the heads up. I just would like to ask from officers, as the councillor has mentioned, just to get it clarified from officers, is that time frame okay? And it is just for a workshop to review that, is that correct? Yeah. I just want to understand that, just so I can be clear in the meeting and understand that we're all on the same page. Thank you.
David Jeans, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So through you to Councillor Bishop, yeah, we're quite happy with that time frame. That gives us sufficient time to undertake the review, come back to council and make changes if required.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? So, Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to sum up?
Just to note that these charges that we apply to applications for development are capped by the state, so we are very restricted on what we can charge, and the cap charges never cover the actual cost of delivering the infrastructure required. With that, I'll put the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Agenda item number 15, reports from infrastructure operations. I've not been advised of any reports. Agenda item number 16, notice of intention to repeal or amend resolutions. I've not been advised of any notices of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. Notices of motion, which is agenda item number 17. I've not been advised of any notices of motion from councillors. Which brings us to agenda item number 18, which is urgent items of business. And Councillor Randalls, I understand you have an urgent item of business for consideration.
Yes.
If I can just finish the preamble, thank you. We must first resolve as to whether this item is urgent or not. And there is a checklist on the screen that we can follow. Just a reminder to councillors that there are some confidential components to this matter. So over to you, Councillor Randalls, to move.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regards to components of the motion, which was circulated to all councillors at 7:13 p.m. yesterday evening, I won't go through the motion in detail, as I would suggest that it is deferred to confidential. But in essence, the motion is to expedite the multi-storey car park at Wynham Creek and to delegate the authority to the CEO to make that happen as quickly as possible. And there's a whole number of subcomponents of that. The reason why this is urgent is that it became clear on the meeting we had with every one of the state local members and the Director General of the Economic Development Queensland that there was a clear and manifest commitment by the state to build and deliver the multi-storey car park at Wynham Creek. That was stated a number of times, it was questioned, and it's also been reflected in the public statements and indeed election commitments of the state member. That this process that I'm putting forward in the motion will enable that to be fast-tracked, and it will also do it in a manner that reduces the impact on islanders parking predominantly during the construction phase, and it will work to restore that prime waterfront foreshore that we have, and it's very rare in the community, back to the community for the improved amenity of everybody. So I think it is a matter that needs to be dealt with by us. It is a matter that only we can make in terms of the delegation of authority. It cannot wait to be placed on the agenda for next council meeting because we need to move this quickly so the planning can be done, ergo the public interest, and it cannot be dealt with administratively because it's a delegation of powers. Okay.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Moved by Councillor Hughes, or seconded by Councillor Hughes. So this is in relation to a seconder that this is urgent business. Councillor Bishop.
I have a question, and it relates to what we may be about to admit to the agenda. Is that going to be admitted in public session, or is that in confidential? And does that need to be substantively considered?
If I may,
I just want to get clarification.
That would be a substantive issue. We'd have to consider that one. So it was just seconded. So there are two issues here. One is if it's an urgent item of business, and then we will need to decide whether it's a confidential or moves into confidential. So two issues. All right. Speaker against? Any questions? Any further? We've had one from Councillor Bishop. All good. Councillor Rendles, anything further to say?
No, but I would just confirm that my recommendation would be it goes into confidential.
Thank you. So I now put the motion. This is whether this item, so putting this motion that this is an urgent item of business. Those in favour? So that is Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop. Now I'm against, and the motion is carried. We now move, in consideration of this item being moved into confidential, given the content and given Councillor Rendell's comment just then, do I have a mover that the urgent item be discussed in closed session? I'll just read out the preamble. As this matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Moved by Councillor Rendles. Have a seconded by Councillor Talty. Put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Bishop. So carried unanimously. Sorry, I should have just outlined too, and I read that preamble. That would then place this item in confidential after the others at item number 19.7 for the record. So, are there any other items of urgent business? Okay, so we're now moving on to confidential items. So if I'll read the preamble, then we'll go through the process as we now have that different, more lengthy process of going through each item individually. But if I can, I'll just go through the preamble. So agenda item number 19, which is the confidential items. We're now moving into the confidential portion of our agenda. In accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, to discuss the matters listed in the agenda, we must move into closed session. There are 7 now confidential items on the agenda. Councillors, and I will run through the confidential items and ask you to please raise your hand if you wish to discuss this particular item in closed session. I will then go back and call for movers and seconders for each of those individual items. So, agenda item number 19.1 is the Redlands Investment Corporation Governance Review. Anyone wishing to discuss that in confidential? Thank you. Under item number 19.2, which is the Redland Investment Corporation Director Fee Increases. Anyone wishing to discuss that in confidential? Thank you. 19.3, Redland Investment Corporation Audited Financial Statements 2024 to 2025. Anyone wishing to discuss that in confidential? No. Cleveland 19.4, Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project update. Anyone wishing to discuss that in confidential? Thank you. 19.5, tree clearing prosecution. Anyone wishing to discuss that in confidential? Thank you. 19.6, strategic quarry options. Anyone wishing to discuss that in confidential? Thank you. Noting that we have 19.7 already listed. I will now move through the individual items. We have 19.1, which is the Redlands Investment Corporation Governance Review. And this is a little lengthy, so I'll ask for a mover and seconder, but I'll just read through the entire preamble first. Can I have a mover that item 19.1, Redlands Investment Corporation Governance Review, be discussed in closed session to consider commercial governance arrangements with Redlands Investment Corporation? This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Rendels. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Golle, is your hand down or up for this one? Down. Okay, so I'll just read through the names. Sorry if I can have our hands raised again. Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendels, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Golle. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 19.2, which is the Redlands Investment Corporation Director Fee Increases. Can I have a mover that item number 19.2, Redland Investment Corporation Director Fee Increases, be discussed in closed session to obtain approval from Council to increase the Director's fees? This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. I have a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. I put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendels, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Golle, and the motion is carried. Moving to agenda on item number 19.4, which is the Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project. Can I have a mover that item number 19.4, Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project update, be discussed in closed session to respond in part to Council Resolution of 21st of May 2025 in respect of the Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project, which requires a report to be brought back to Council on the functional scope and resourcing requirements. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. And I have a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. Put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Colley. Motion is... Golay. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 19.5. Can I have a mover that item 19.5, tree clearing prosecution, be discussed in closed session to endorse a communication strategy to increase awareness of the prohibition of tree clearing. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J3E of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government. Can I have a mover and seconder for the officers, to move this into confidential? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Golay. That motion is carried. Finally, 19 point... No, we've already dealt with that one. So finally, number 19.6, which is the strategic quarry options. Can I have a mover that item 19.6, strategic quarry options, be discussed in closed session to consider future commercial options for the management of council-owned quarries? This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied the discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest, as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Hewlett, moved. Any seconder? Councillor Tolty. Put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against, Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Golay. That motion is carried. All right, so we've dealt with all of those. I'm just before we move into closed section, now that we've dealt with all those, I had previous advice that lunch is on an actual schedule from staff as advised at the beginning of the meeting. So it's probably pertinent or relevant now to take a meeting before we moved into closed session. I'm getting advice. Yeah, so adjourning for lunch, apparently it was being delivered at a certain time. So lunch has been organised as a final year for the final general meeting, and lunch is being delivered and organised at a set time. So we have the option now to utilise that, knowing that lunch has been organised and delivered, to break now for lunch before moving into confidential session, or continuing as the majority decides. Councillor Bishop.
Just wondering if there's a time frame proposed so that we can just manage. I think the desire to get on with the meeting is important, but it's also if there's staff have provided lunch, can we suggest, is it a 15-minute or how long is the time frame proposed?
Okay, so I'm getting some advice on the delivery of lunch. So it looks like it'd be about a half an hour, 35-minute break.
Before it's delivered?
But it's up to council.
Are we not going into confidential session anyway, so we wouldn't be resuming if we have a break anyway? Is that right? So why don't we just go into confidential? Why do we need a lunch break for?
Yeah, so I'm just letting you know the advice that I've received, that it's been organised, so we can move into confidential now and conduct the discussions and go from there and come back when we're ready. All right, so in that case, can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting moves into closed session to discuss the items that have been voted on to be discussed in closed session? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Hughes, I think had a hand up first. Put the motion, those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. All right. Thank you, everyone. Just to follow appropriate process, now that lunch has been delivered, we will come back into open session. So we'll resume the meeting and then we will adjourn for lunch. So can I have a mover and seconder that we resume the meeting? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor Rendels, is your hand up? Yes, thank you. That's carried unanimously. And now I am seeking an adjournment, a motion to adjourn for the lunch. So do I have a mover and seconder? Moved by,
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, for a period of what time?
I'll just seek advice in relation to this event that's been organised. Okay, can we have a general consensus on how everyone, half an hour? Half an hour, everyone's happy with half an hour? Excellent. So we are seeking to adjourn for half an hour. So I move that we adjourn for half an hour. Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. Okay, thank you everyone. I will just need a mover and seconder to resume the meeting. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Rendels. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. And now we shall need another motion to move into confidential. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Rendels. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. Okay, everyone, 3:43 p.m. Can I please have a mover and seconder that we move out of confidential and that the meeting proceedings resume? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. So we move through the voting process. Item 19.1, do I have a mover? Sorry, I'm just referring to my notes so I know which matters we're dealing with. Item 19.1, do I have a mover for the motion that's displayed on the screen? Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Colley. Thank you. I put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Boglari. That motion is carried. Councillor. Item number 19.2, Redland. Item number 19.2, I have a mover for the alternate motion that's up on the screen. Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. Item number 19.3, do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Bishop. I put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. Item number 19.4. Do I have a mover for the motion that's displayed on the screen? Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Hughes. I put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley and myself. Those against, Councillor Bishop.
And that was the amended motion, wasn't it?
That is the amended motion on the screen. That motion is carried. We have item number 19.5. So this is the amended motion. Do I have a mover for the amended motion? That's Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Rendles, I think had his hand up first. I put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. Those against, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Bishop and myself. I note that Councillor Hewlett is out of the room. That motion is carried. Agenda item number 19.6. Do I have a mover for the recommendation on the screen? Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Rendles, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. I note that Councillor Hewlett is out of the room. That motion is carried. Agenda item number 19.7. And the motion is now up on the screen, moved by Councillor Rendles, seconded by Councillor Tolte. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Bishop and myself. Noting Councillor Hewlett is out of the room, that motion is carried. All right. Councillors, please ensure your attendance has been logged in diligent boards. Again, for anyone else that's still watching online, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Thank you to the officers in the room and councillors for this year's participation. Wish everyone a safe and happy Christmas and a prosperous start to the new year, 2026. See you all then. Thank you. Close the meeting now at 3:48 p.m.